proceedings.
Yeah, we did study those.
Okay.
I think Elizabeth kind of looked it up. This is like really fresh today.
Since yesterday.
Yeah, it's been great.
The best way for that. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You know what I did today? I followed the advice of someone who's an advisor, and I parked on P3.
But then she decided to
Complain about it.
why, like, I just literally parked right here.
And hers, hey, all of the spots are reserved. So I'm like driving next to the reserve, and I'm like, okay, well here I'll go all the way towards Washington, straight side. Like, white spot, because Daly's like, yeah, but I felt like that was too obvious. And then also, Kim knows it's my car, or I assume. Not that she cares. But
Yeah.
I did look at what I was doing in my car, and like, there's no way I should have parked my car like too far. That's probably why I'm wrong.
After this, I'll text the staff and say, if you're coming up, they'll let you. Do you want them to let, well, I'll tell them you can go, so you can go do the process. That would be perfect. Oh, yeah. I'll do that right after this. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, Tyler from the AOC is going to, Tyler from the AOC is going to change the locks. So you let him into the chambers. He's going to do the one across Scalise.
Hello, mic check 1, 2. I am speaking on the mic again because my boss told me to. That's right, gotta make sure that the mics are working. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, please silence your cell phones. The ceremony is about to begin. Absolutely. Cool. Mic check, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please silence your electronics. The ceremony is about to begin. Cool.
What's that? Yes, you could get right here.
Good morning, everyone. We'll just say a word before we begin here. Our condolences, our prayers go out to the Cheney family. Of course, we've had the loss now of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Scripture is very clear. We give honor where honor is due, and someone who gave their life, loved their country, loved serving their country in so many capacities. As you know, Dick Cheney served as Vice President. He served as a Secretary of Defense. He served as a congressman, of course, from Wyoming, and as the youngest chief of staff to any president in the history of the country. And so the honor is certainly due to him, and our prayers go out to the family. This is now day 35 of the Democrat shutdown, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think any of us expected that it would drag on this long. We didn't believe, we couldn't have imagined. It's now tied for the longest shutdown in U.S. history, and we didn't think we'd have to come in here every single day, day after day after day, and repeat the obvious facts to the American people, and to put on display every day what is happening here. Again, it's a split screen. We've talked about this split screen in the country right now. The American people are wise. Ronald Reagan used to remind us you can trust the American people, and we do. And they can see the facts here. They see that President Trump and the Republican Party are delivering real positive results for the American people, delivering on our promises. We passed the Working Families Tax Cut, which is the largest middle-class tax cut in American history. We signed into law as part of that. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Big savings for those on Social Security. We strengthened Medicaid with popular, common-sense reforms that strengthens the program. We've improved healthcare access in rural communities, and we have reduced premiums. There's a lot more work to be done there. It's the Republicans who are delivering those reforms. We restored American energy dominance. We got the border crisis solved. We are reducing and handling the crime crisis in city by city around America. And we have restored peace through strength. That is on one side of the screen. Over the past 34 days of this shutdown, the Republicans have been the only ones working in good faith to end the shutdown and get everyone paid and get the services flowing again. And we have voted that way 14 times. That's on one side of the screen. On the other is the Democrats. And it's such a stark contrast. Because in the last 10 months, the only thing that party has accomplished for the country is to shut down the federal government and cause this pain. The past 5 weeks have been painfully clear that Democrats are not interested in doing their most basic job. And we explained here yesterday, all of this is motivated by one thing and one thing alone. The Schumer shutdown was never about health care or any other policy that they claim now. They can't even decide amongst themselves what it was about. Some have said it's the Seinfeld shutdown because it's about nothing. But I'll tell you what it is ultimately about, truly, and this is something that can be demonstrated and everyone here knows it's true. As I summarized yesterday, the Schumer shutdown was never about health care or any other policy. It is about fear. It's about fear. Right now, the Democrats fear political retribution from the far left activists in their party more than they fear the consequences of keeping the government closed for weeks on end. They fear political retribution from far left activists more than families going hungry and workers missing paychecks. That is a fact that they are demonstrating day after day and vote after vote. It's gotten so bad for them that even their traditional allies are losing patience now. The head of the Teamsters Union had a blunt message to Democrats a couple of days ago. Quote, "American workers are not bargaining chips. Senators need to stop screwing around and pass the House-passed clean short-term funding bill," unquote. And it's not just the Teamsters, as you know. AFGE, the largest union of federal workers, had the same plea. And so did the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers, the Coalition of Airline Pilots Association, the NetJets Association of Shared Aircraft Pilots, the Allied Pilots Association, Southwest Airline Pilots Association, the New York Steamfitters Union. It goes on and on and on. These organizations have traditionally backed the Democrats for decades. That has been true. They represent tens of thousands of working Americans, all these associations together. And now they're calling on the Democrats to drop their partisan demands and reopen the government. Stop inflicting this pain on the American people because you are afraid of your far left base. And how did the Democrats respond to all this? They're gaslighting the American people and even their own base. The truth is the Democrats have lost touch with working Americans because they've simply stopped listening and stopped serving them. And every few months, after leaning harder into their woke identity politics, they commission an expensive study to try to figure out why working class voters have completely abandoned them in the Democrat Party. Here's a recent finding. This is a left-leaning research group that surveyed 3,000 working class Americans. This was published in Politico November 2nd. Quote, this is the finding: working class voters perceive Democrats to be woke, weak, and out of touch, too focused on social issues, and not nearly focused enough on the economic issues that impact everyone every day, unquote. And here's the kicker. They also said working class voters, quote, can't name what Democrats stand for other than being against Donald Trump. Well, good luck with that as a message to the people. Of course, you don't need a months-long study to tell you that Democrats are woke and weak. You simply need to look around. As the Democrats continue to pander to their radical base of affluent progressives, President Trump and Republicans are building a new multi-generational coalition of voters that is grounded in common sense. Since November 2024, Republicans have welcomed record numbers of Hispanic and Latino voters, Black and African American voters, Jewish voters, union workers, young people, all these different segments of the population, and they came in large numbers. People everywhere can see clearly who's fighting and voting here every day and delivering for them. And I'll say this clearly to every hardworking American in any place who's missed a paycheck, anyone who has been made to suffer because the services, the health services you rely upon, or the food and nutrition supplement for your family, anyone who is hurting, you have a home in the Republican Party. You have people here who are elected by their constituents to come and do their job, and they do it. They're voting to support you, to make these programs available, to ensure that the people in need have them. And the Democrats, by stark contrast, are doing the exact opposite. With federal workers entering their 5th week without a full paycheck, Democrats ought to be taking a hard look in the mirror. Will they continue to bend the knee to their radicals who run their party? Or will Democrats finally do something to serve the working Americans they abandoned long ago? As we said here all along, and every day we come in and tell you the same thing, Democrats made the deliberate choice to shut down the government, and only Democrats can put an end to this madness by making the deliberate choice now to reopen the government. Today is a big election day. In these blue states, we certainly hope for a surprise, but I mean, it won't be a big surprise if the front runners, the Democrats, the radicals, win some of these elections. We're watching New York City very closely, as you all know, and so is Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. And they're terrified that the Marxists are taking over their party, and the evidence today may show that that is true. Now, until Democrats decide to do the right thing, we expect working Americans to continue to flee the Democrat Party and find a home with the Republicans, and we welcome them with open arms, and we'll keep fighting for them every day. And one of the people who is fighting every day and doing an extraordinary job in the cabinet of this administration, this historic administration, that has accomplished more in the first 9-10 months of an administration or Congress than arguably any in history. We have our former colleague and our dear friend who's on the side of American workers, and we'll address that today, Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeReamer. We're happy to have you. Madam Secretary.
Well, thank you, Speaker Johnson, and it's certainly an honor to be here at the Capitol on behalf of this administration and this president. Speaker Johnson, I want to say thank you to you and my former colleagues. House Republicans did their job more than 5 weeks ago by voting for this continuing resolution. How do I know this? Because I did the same thing 5 different times when I was a member of the House. It was one of the easiest votes for me to take, because you do not play games on the backs of the American people. It's the fundamental tenet that they elect you to do, and that is to keep the government open. That's exactly what I did. And now Democrats are not choosing to represent their constituents and the American people. What does a shutdown do? 42 million Americans are going without their SNAP benefits. Air traffic controllers are working around the clock to keep Americans safe, without sleep, without paychecks, and they are required to do their job. Small business owners are not getting $4 billion in small business loans to keep their doors open. How can the economy continue to grow? We are losing $15 billion a week in GDP because of this Democratic shutdown. American workers are suffering. Prominent unions are speaking out. Our friend Sean O'Brien, as the speaker said, was at the White House begging Senate Democrats to open up this government. American workers, 1.3 million Teamsters, are represented by Sean O'Brien. He mentioned they cannot be used as political pawns. But you know who's being used as political pawns? The Teamsters by these Democrats. Because they will go to the Teamsters and they will ask them for something, and now they're not going to answer that call. They are begging them to open up this government to grow this economy. Other unions as well, manufacturing, building trades, industry-specific skilled trades. It's the workforce that I represent as the labor secretary. Every single day we show up to make sure that they have the tools that they need. We have sent out over $86 million to our respective states in order to upskill and reskill the American workforce. The future of the American economy is on my shoulders, on this administration's shoulders, and the Democrats have stopped all the momentum that we have put in the last 9 months. Registered apprenticeships, the future workforce. Not only are we hurting the current workforce, it's the future workforce. We are trying to educate our young people. We're trying to register 1 million active apprentices across this country. We had almost 250,000 registered, and now that has come to a screeching halt. We're trying to educate our young Americans on AI. Pilot approaches for workforce challenges in AI, the uncertainty. American workers deserve to know that they are going to have a job in this country, and the Democrats have chosen to play those political games. But many of our efforts have been stopped. 13 times they had an opportunity to say yes, just like I did, just like my colleagues have done. Enough is enough. President Trump has done his job. Not only has he leveled the playing field with tariffs, not only has he welcomed great trade agreements, he has worked most recently with South Korea and Japan to bring hundreds of millions of dollars back to this country for the shipbuilding trades. I have been working around the clock to make sure that we can protect our national security for this country, and now that has also come to a stop. We are hurting American workers. We need to get them back to work. We need to grow this economy. We need to get their paychecks back in their hands so they can provide for their families, put gas in their cars, pay their mortgages, turn on their lights. I'm talking to all of you American workers out there. We're here for you. We're going to continue to fight through this shutdown, and I am begging these Democrats to show up, do their job, and open up this government. 35 days is far too long for the American people. Enough is enough. I'd like to turn it over now to my Chairman Wahlberg, Education and Workforce Committee. And again, on behalf of the President, it is an honor to serve him. It is an honor to serve the American people, an honor to get up every single day and do this job for the American men and women of this country who are building back the United States. Thank you.
Well said, Madam Secretary. And I've worn out my voice, Mr. Speaker, over the course of the last 5 weeks all across my district, from Lake Erie to Lake Michigan, from Detroit to Grand Rapids, from South Bend to Toledo, Ohio. Getting the message out, the Republicans did what we needed to do to keep this country moving forward. We were willing to negotiate on everything and anything, but do it in a way that doesn't have a punitive impact upon the citizens we are so privileged to serve. And Madam Secretary, we're looking forward to Workforce Pell being initiated and getting more people trained for the workforce for the jobs that we need. And this stutter that's gone on now for 35 days doesn't help us get it up and running well as a result of the One Big Beautiful Bill and what we've done there and many other things for education and the workforce. It's now been over a month since Democrats shut down the government, and the American people are feeling the impacts. Workers and families don't know when they'll receive their next paycheck. Service members and men and women who keep us safe may not be able to feed their families. Air traffic controllers are working double shifts along with TSA, that I greeted last night and thanked for working without a paycheck in sight. These are proud Americans who are working hard to keep our communities running, and the Democrats are making sure they won't get paid. The Democrats are making sure they won't get paid. Did I make that clear? We've tried to do that all across the media networks in Michigan, and I think it's working. Similarly, businesses across the country are facing mounting uncertainty. Groups like the Job Creators Network and National Restaurant Association are raising the alarm about millions of workers and businesses at risk of closing because of the shutdown. And according to the American Hotel and Lodging Association, the economy loses $31 million per day from lost hotel revenues. Virtually every sector of our economy is hurting because of this foolhardy Democrat shutdown. And since the start of the shutdown, more than 4,800 small businesses have been unable to access the Small Business Administration loans. I've sat with some of those businesses. I've heard their concerns. I've heard their desires to expand their business, but they can't get the applications filled out, further restricting businesses' ability to grow, potentially forcing others to close permanently. What's more, this shutdown has disrupted the data that drives the economy. Jobs, prices, paychecks, the data that guides it all has stopped flowing, and that is hurting workers, families, and job creators. In my home state of Michigan, we're losing more than $360 million in economic activity every week, week upon week. That means every week workers, job creators, and communities lose out on chances to thrive as families struggle to put food on the table. But Democrats don't seem to mind. We've all heard House Democrat Whip Catherine Clark's interview describing the suffering of families as leverage to remote health care to illegal aliens. And then there's the Senate Democrat leader, Chuck Schumer, in his comment that every day gets better for us. How cruel, how unfeeling, how uncaring. Clearly, the Democrats are so wrapped up in DC politics, they've forgotten what really matters, helping the Americans thrive. Now, labor unions, as the speaker pointed out, who overwhelmingly supported Democrat politicians and left-wing causes, are calling for Democrats to vote for the House Republican passed clean continuing resolution. We passed it. We funded government. We didn't shut it down. The American Federation of Government Employees, Steamfitters Local 638, Teamsters, and pilots unions are calling for the government to reopen because livelihoods are being crushed. Our nation's children are being impacted too, and I'm concerned about that. Some Head Start programs, some of those small little seats that I've sat in, hearing about what good work is done for these families and kids. Head Start programs, because of the Democrat unfunding of them, will not receive federal grants despite being the only option for many low-income families. That will lead to disruptions that will force families to go without child care as programs face dwindling funds or go without funding entirety. We funded it in the House. The Senate Democrats need to do the same. If the COVID-19 pandemic taught us anything, it's how bad any disruption to a child's life can be. Long-term school closures exacerbated learning loss and caused skyrocketing truancy. How long do the Democrats need to keep our government shut down before they see the real harm they're doing to Americans' children? The Democrat government shutdown has gone on far too long. And the longer it lasts, the worse things get for the American people. This is the first time in history, if you might be reminded, the first time in history a political party has shut down the government over a clean CR. The Democrat petty partisanship is hurting workers and families across the country. The shutdown is also showing Americans just how far the Democrats will go to promote their out-of-touch agenda, even if it means holding the American people hostage for more than a month. America's workers, families, unions, and job creators have all spoken. Chuck Schumer, pass the clean CR and reopen the government immediately. I hope the Democrats are listening, at least 5 of them. Republicans have listened and voted to fully fund the government, coming on 15 times as of today. It's time for 5 more Democrats, including my 2 members from Michigan, to vote the same way. For the children, as Nancy Pelosi has famously said. Do it for the children. Do it for Americans. I now am pleased to turn over the podium to a great leader, Leader Scalise.
Thank you, Chairman Wahlberg and Secretary Chavez-DeRemer. It's great to have you back here in the House. I'll start by joining in with what the Speaker said and extending my condolences to the family of Dick Cheney. Of course, served 8 years as President George Walker Bush's Vice President, served in so many other important roles in government, started as a member of this House of Representatives, and lived an incredible life, and we mourn his passing and extend our prayers to the Cheney family. As we look at potentially another vote today in the Senate to try to have a breakthrough to open up the government, let's remember when the Senate votes today, they're not voting on some big, massive omnibus bill, a bill that resolves all of our differences. You know, if you're one of these Democrats, and it only takes 5 to get this government back open, and you're struggling with this decision, do you offend your far-left radical base? It's about to elect the new leader of their Democrat Party in Mondami in New York. Or do you stand up for the tens of millions of people around the country who are actually suffering? And if you vote yes today, are you giving anything up? What's in that bill? A clean continuing resolution that violates any of your principles? There's nothing. Again, that bill does not solve our differences. That bill just keeps the lights on. That bill just allows federal workers to get paid for the work that they're doing. Those that have to show up and work and keep our airports open. The air traffic controllers who are working under high, incredible stress in a normal time so that planes can land and take off safely with 150 plus people on each one of those planes, without worrying about the stress that as soon as they get off the job, they've got to go do a second shift as an Uber driver because they can't put food on the table because Democrats shut down the government. Hopefully they weigh that when they cast their vote today. And we see every day, of course, unfortunately, more and more consequences to the suffering Democrats are causing. We know on the SNAP program, 42 million people. And yes, the courts are trying to work with the White House to find ways to move some other money around. But as we know, even if they're able to move money around, it doesn't make that program whole. The only way to make the SNAP program whole is by Democrats opening up the government. It's real straightforward. You vote yes or no. You vote yes because you want to put food on the table for 42 million low-income families. But if you vote no, maybe because you're afraid of some radicals in Portland or San Francisco or New York City, when you vote no, you are taking food off the table for 42 million low-income people, the least among us who need that help. 6.7 million going without the Women, Infant, and Children program funding. WIC program is really, really important, again, to very low-income people who need that help. Democrats have no problem shutting off that funding, causing that suffering, and to use their term, because they think they're getting some kind of leverage. We still don't know what the leverage is for. They're trying to leverage the American people, and they can't even articulate what it is they want. Yeah, $1.5 trillion wish list of crazy items like free health care for illegals, gutting a rural health care fund. Is that really the leverage they want to use the American people for? And deny the WIC funding? 2 million people in the military, 2 million service members going without pay. What do they say to them? Oh, gee whiz, they were so afraid of Mandami in New York that they couldn't vote to pay our men and women in uniform who are keeping our country safe, risking their lives, while their families are wondering if they're going to be able to put food on the table. What a profile in courage. It's gutless. 700,000 federal employees without pay, 670,000 federal workers furloughed, 5.9 million households at risk of losing their home heating services under the HEAP program. You know, we had Secretary Chavez-DeRemer talk about opportunities for young people. You know, just want to learn through apprentice programs to get their start in life so that they can go and get a skill, a trade, maybe start their own small business. That's not going to happen while the government's shut down. And if those Democrats vote no again today, ask them to articulate why. What's their answer to those young people? Some 19, 18-year-old kid who just wants to go learn electrical skills, but won't be able to because, why? Because Democrats want to use him as leverage in some game that they can't even explain. And then, of course, we all know all the different groups that have come out over and over. They've not said, let's pass some big sweeping omnibus bill. They've just said, pass the clean CR that the House passed over a month ago. The National Air Traffic Controllers Association, American Federation of Government Employees, Teamsters, Coalition of Airline Pilots Association, Airline Pilots Association, NetJets Association of Shared Aircraft Pilots, Southwest Airline Pilots. Additionally, United Airlines, Delta Airlines, American Airlines, Southwest Airlines have all called for the same thing. It's for the Democrats in the Senate to pass the clean CR. The message couldn't be clearer. Their mission can't be more direct. You just show up today and do your job and vote yes. Doesn't solve all of our differences. It just gives us a few more weeks to start negotiating our differences on so many things, but while not holding the American people hostage. End this madness, Democrats. Open up the government. Our whip, Tom Emmer.
The Democrat government shutdown, spanning 35 days and still counting, is now tied for the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. Chuck Schumer and company are going down in the history books for beating total obstructionists over a nonpartisan government funding bill. Meanwhile, it's hardworking Americans who are being forced to pay the price. Federal workers are turning to local food banks to feed their families. Head Start programs are beginning to close, as Chairman Wahlberg mentioned. Thousands of flights are getting delayed due to staffing shortages. Small businesses that contract with the federal government have already lost an estimated $12 billion. Even unions, as you've heard, which traditionally have favored our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, are begging for them to end their needless shutdown charade. The good news is, I think we've reached the real inflection point. Today is election day in several states, and we're hopeful that after today, the Democrats won't be as concerned about holding the line in order to appease the Kami Mamdani and Omar Fata wing of their party. And maybe, just maybe, at least 5 Senate Democrats will finally come to their senses and join us by passing our clean CR to reopen the government. The ball is in their court. Republicans have done our job. The question is, are Democrats willing to put politics aside long enough to do theirs? I hope the answer is yes, sooner rather than later. The American people deserve better. Chairwoman McLean.
Thank you. And thank you, Chairman Wahlberg and Secretary Chavez-DeRemer. It's good to see you again. Thank you for your words. of wisdom, but again, here we are today, and I want to be very clear about the consequences of the Democrats' actions. 42 million Americans will lose their SNAP benefits because they voted to shut the government down. Air traffic controllers, TSA agents, and federal law enforcement officers are working without pay because they voted to shut the government down. Democrats have weakened our military, threatened families, and held hard-working Americans hostage. Why? All because they voted to shut the government down. And why did they inflict this pain? Because Democrats wanted leverage. Leverage to appease their radical base with more wasteful spending. And don't take my word for it. They've admitted this countless times. They're not even ashamed of this. And today we'll prove it again when the largest federal workers union called on Democrats to end the shutdown. What Democrats do? They still voted no. When air traffic controllers unions asked them to support the clean CR to make sure that the government stayed open, Democrats voted no. And when nearly 500 small businesses and travel organizations warned the shutdown is crushing them, what Democrats do? They voted no. But the socialist wing of their party wants government-run health care, taxpayer-funded benefits for more illegals, and another $1.5 trillion in wasteful spending. That's what your Democrats want. Enough is enough. We aren't going to let your socialist base call the shots. To every Democrat watching, hear me when I say this. It is time to stop holding the American people hostage. Just because you are being held hostage by your socialist base. End the shutdown. End the pain and suffering for the American people of which you represent, and end it now, please.
All right, thanks again, Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary. I know you all are busy. We're glad you're here and grateful to have you. Let's take some questions. Front row, front row.
There's been reports of bipartisan talks from senators to reopen the government, to move forward on ACA votes. Are you or other top House GOP members in the loop with these conversations? Are you present in these meetings?
No, not present in the meetings. I know about as much about it as you do. I know there are, we hope, we pray, a handful of moderate and centrist Democrats left among the Democrats in the Senate, where the whole country is counting upon them. I have said here, I do not expect that Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries will ever vote to reopen the government. I don't think that they're willing to face the wrath of the leftist base. They see what's happening in New York City and in their state of New York, and they're terrified by that. I mean, we've made that very clear, and I think the evidence speaks for itself. So we're going above the heads of the so-called leadership, and we are appealing to the consciences of a handful of people in the Senate who want to do the right thing and just stop the pain for the American people. And we pray that today is that day. Maybe tying for the longest shutdown in history is something that they can claim as some sort of success. But it's sickening. It's sickening to see a political game being played. We're not playing a game here. We never were. Back on September 19th, to remind you all again, we passed a clean, nonpartisan CR that's 24 pages in length, had not a single Republican priority on it. Why? Because we did it in good faith, because we didn't want this eventuality to occur. We knew it would be too painful for the people, and that's why we've always done the right thing, as everyone has said over and over. Now they won't, and we all know why. Yes, sir. If the Senate passes something, of course, we'll come back. We're running out of clock, obviously. We put 7 weeks on the clock. That was remember, the bipartisan arrangement that was made between Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate, in consultation with the Senate, bipartisan, bicameral agreement that they needed 7 more weeks on the clock. Because once we got to the end of the fiscal year, September 30th, there would be that much more time needed, they estimated, to finish the government funding appropriations process. The Democrats have played games, and we've lost so many of those days now. So if they extend it, obviously that logically makes sense to us. I am not a fan of extending it to December because, let's be frank, A lot of people around here have PTSD about Christmas omnibus spending bills. We don't want to do that. It gets too close, and we don't want to have that risk. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. But too many people have concern. I think putting it into January makes sense, but we've got to obviously build consensus around that. There's some discussion about it. We'll see where it lands. I'm not sure. Scott, real quick. Yeah, Scott.
You referenced the passing of Dick Cheney earlier, who was arguably the most powerful vice president in our lifetimes. Obviously, he had a complicated relationship with President Trump in his later years, as with his entire family. But he served, I think, 3, maybe 4 presidents in the White House and in some of the top roles. Do you have any personal reflections, or did you have any interactions with Cheney as you were sort of coming up in Republican politics in Louisiana? And do you think, are there any plans for him to lie in the state here at the Capitol where he served?
Well, this all, just was announced this morning, so there's not been any discussion about that yet. My interaction with him personally was limited when I was a freshman in Congress, and the 115th Congress came here in January 2017. One of my classmates was Liz Cheney, and we were in the same class. And I think I met her father for the first time with her personally. And of course, I was honored to meet him. At the time, everybody was aligned on the same page on everything. And I, admired what he had done in Republican politics to that point. And I meant what I said when I came up here and began this morning, that even when we have political differences with somebody later in life, you have to honor the sacrifices and the service they gave to their country. We certainly do that for the former vice president, and our prayers go out to the whole family. So, yeah.
You talk about the split screen between the Democrats are doing and what the Republicans are doing. What about the split screen about the fact that the Trump administration is administering only part of the SNAP program while President Trump is having a gathering party at Mar-a-Lago?
I reject the premise of the question. Let me talk about SNAP. Okay. By the way, the president had an annual Halloween-themed party every year at Mar-a-Lago. That's what he went back to as obligatory tradition. And I just discount what you're trying to do there. The SNAP benefit is a very important question. The White House has bent over backwards, as we've recounted here every morning, to make sure that Americans' pain is mitigated as much as possible, reduced as much as possible. So we got the troops paid. They made creative solutions for that. The WIC funding for women, infants, and children. And SNAP came to a legal crossroads because the legal analysis said that you could not use the contingency fund if the underlying fund was not flowing. I've explained that into detail here multiple times. 2 courts disagreed. So what did the president do? In good faith, showing again that he's willing to bend over backwards to help the American people when Democrats are not, he went to the court and said, fine, show me how to do it, because we don't see the path. And so the courts have ordered that. They filed a brief yesterday, or some response yesterday in the court, that they'll give as much as is there. Remember, the contingency fund only has roughly $5 billion, and it costs roughly $9 billion for a month of SNAP benefits. So I think the arrangement is they're going to give half, at least half, to everyone. But here's the problem: it's very complex, is that it's administered through the states, and you have to recalculate all the allocations and how the checks go out. It's not, you can't just flip a switch and do that. It's a lot of work that goes into it. So I can tell you that the president is dialed in on this. The president is trying to protect and cover the American people, as he always does. The president is trying to get the government open again. And the Republicans have voted 14 times to do it, and the Democrats have voted 14 times not to do it, to keep the government closed. That's the story. And I don't know why there's any confusion about this at all. They're going to do it again today. My prediction is the Democrats are going to vote for the 15th time to shut their government down, and they're going to look down their noses at the people who are struggling, who are suffering, can't put food on the table, who can't pay their bills because they're playing games over here. It is absolutely unforgivable in my view. And I wish more of you would give them a tougher time. Yes, last one.
Are you going to be LSU coach?
A question for the Secretary, if I may. I'm just curious if you can kind of tell us what we know about how the shutdown has impacted the labor market. Obviously, with Bureau of Labor Statistics folks being furloughed, I'm curious what we do know so far about how this has impacted the job market, and if we will really be able to get a full picture, or will it take the shutdown ending for us to be able to get a full picture?
Yeah, thank you for the question on the Labor Department and specifically BLS, the labor statistics, how important those data points are in order for the markets, in order for employers. to understand what the workforce is needed. We are not able to release a lot of those reports because we have those furloughed employees. So once the government is open, we will get right back to work in releasing that. We released one report earlier this month because that was required by law, and the CPI, in order to talk about Social Security checks for 2026, that had to be calculated. So we brought some workers back for that, but we will not be able to release the other data points. As far as the Department of Labor goes, as was mentioned, when we're talking about the SNAP program, one of the other programs that we're definitely concerned about, and we've sent letters out to all 50 states, is unemployment insurance. As delivered by those states, that will be the next thing that we have to be concerned about. If people stop receiving their unemployment insurance, will be another detrimental fact to the American workforce. So that is what we're focused on now. We need this government open. We need to get back to work for the American people. The American workers deserve to know where their next paycheck is coming from, and the American economy deserves the American workers there. So yes, this is impacting the labor force. I would imagine we're going to see more and more things every single day that this government is shut down. It is going to affect the American economy. And so we're working hard at the Labor Department to make sure that we can keep everything running that we can. But right now at this point, we're working off the back heels of us, and we have to do everything we can. So it's important to get as many statistics out as we can, but we haven't been able to do so. So we're working hard for the American people. We need this government open to do so and to continue.
Thank you.
Real quick, do you support ICE raids in districts like Speaker Johnson's district and the Republicans up here on stage in the agriculture and hospitality sectors?
Well, one of the things we focus on is all of the programs in order to support the American people. Certainly, the president has been clear. We secured that border. We're going to continue to work on behalf of this administration to focus on the American people, American first policies, and the American workforce.
they want to pull it out here, they could drop
Mr. President,
Senator of South Carolina.
are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
I'd ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled roll call vote occur immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Budd, Crapo, Ernst, Graham, Husted, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Mullen, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan. Mr. Hoven, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Cantwell, Coons, Kane, Kelly, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Schiff, Schumer, Warren. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Britt, aye.
To this one?
Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Reed, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 44. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn, and not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. This year, 2025, this year marks 50 years since the end of the Vietnam War. As we should reflect on this conflict's history and the impact it had on our nation, we should pause to recognize the service and sacrifice of the brave Americans who went halfway around the world in defense of democracy and remember those who never made the trip home. From 1955 to 1975, more than 10 million members of the United States Armed Forces fought to support the cause of freedom in South Vietnam. Throughout the conflict, 58,281 of those service members lost their lives. More than 300,000 were wounded, and an additional 1,545 service members are still missing and unaccounted for. Here in our nation's capital, as we know, there's a memorial dedicated to those who served in Vietnam, a wall with the name of every American soldier who made the ultimate sacrifice during their service. I was there last week with an honor flight of Kansans who came to pay their respects and to remember their own service. The names of 626 Kansans are on that wall, each a son, a brother, a spouse, a friend, individuals who did not make it home. In Kansas, many communities have set up memorials to recognize their hometown heroes and hundreds of Kansans who died serving in the Vietnam War. From the Rooks County Memorial at the local courthouse in my home county to the Vietnam Wall in Pittsburgh State campus in the eastern part of our state, Kansans have made it their mission to never forget those who've served. I want to recognize especially two Kansans, Marine Corps Sergeant Timmy Miller and Army Private First Class Charles Atchison, two young men who grew up near my hometown in Rooks County, Kansas, and whose names are forever etched on that wall. At the young ages of 21 and 20, Timmy and Charles answered the call to serve and paid the ultimate sacrifice for our nation's freedom. Their names and every name that appears on the wall represents a life that was lost, a family that was forever changed, and a story that should never, never be forgotten. As we now approach Veterans Day, we're reminded of our nation's commitment to honor those who have served in the nation's armed forces and to make certain that their legacy is never forgotten. In 1970s, when I was a high school student, in 1972, if you graduated a year earlier than I, or graduated certainly 2 years earlier than I did, you served in Vietnam. By the circumstance of my birthday, I did not. But what I did see was Vietnam veterans not treated with dignity and respect, the dignity and respect that they deserved when they returned home from their service. Their service earned our nation's lasting gratitude, and we should strive to honor our nation's heroes and the sacrifices they made. I, as a 16-year-old kid, made a decision, a commitment to myself, that I was going to try to compensate for the poor behavior that was extended to those who did nothing less and a lot more than just serve their country. I made a commitment that I was always going to say thank you and that I respect you. I never envisioned being a member of Congress, and now as the chairman of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, I recognize that our responsibilities are more than to say thank you or I respect you. It's to make certain that every veteran is respected and gratitude expressed, but more than that, to make certain that the services that they provided for our nation and the freedoms they fought for are recognized in what we do in keeping our promises that were made to them for their service. I have met many Vietnam War service members and veterans, and their stories remind me that service does not end when they hang up their uniform. We have an obligation to make certain that their well-being is the forefront of our efforts, and that the promises made are promises kept. In Kansas and across the country, our Vietnam veterans are still serving, leading local businesses, volunteering at the VA and other veteran service organizations, and assisting the next generation of veterans as they transition into life after service. These veterans continue to give back to their communities and the country they served. Again, with Veterans Day around the corner, we are also reminded of the importance of keeping those promises to our heroes, whether that means access to quality health care, support for mental health challenges, or recognition of the lasting damage exposure to Agent Orange has had on those who served, even after they return home. I've had the opportunity to work closely with the Vietnam Veterans of America, a veteran service organization that works to support and promote issues faced by veterans of Vietnam. Their advocacy has been critical in supporting veterans' issues and passing legislation that improves the lives of our veterans. In 2022, Congress passed the PACT Act, legislation that was years in the making to help improve care for our nation's veterans who were negatively impacted by toxic exposure during their service. Since that bill became law, the Department of Veterans Affairs has completed more than 6.4 million toxic exposure health screenings, processed more than 2.7 million PACT Act-related claims, and enrolled more than 700,000 veterans in health care. We've made progress, a great deal of progress, but there is still much more work to be done to care and honor our Vietnam veterans. I was able to learn firsthand from the Vietnam veterans that I saw at the wall last week about their service, their time in Vietnam, their time in the theater, their time at home, their return, their opportunity now to come pay respects to those who lost their lives during their service. We were able to see firsthand the memorial built to honor them and to those who served alongside them. I've told this story before. Before the World War II memorial was completed, I wandered up there and found the Kansas pillar and called my dad at home a World War II veteran. I left a voicemail. I was lucky. My dad didn't pick up the phone, but I left him a voicemail in Plainville, Kansas, our hometown, where I said, "Dad, I'm at the World War II memorial. This memorial was built in your honor. And Dad, I want you to know that I respect you. I thank you for your service, and Dad, I love you." Walking back to my office on Capitol Hill, my cell phone rang. It was my dad who said, "Gerald, you left me a voicemail, but I couldn't understand it. Would you repeat it?" I no longer can repeat it to my own father. But today, I say what I said to my dad then. I say to those who served our nation in Vietnam, who served our country in that tumultuous period of time. I say it to them. Thank you. We respect your service, and we love you. These men are heroes. These women are heroes, and we will never forget them or their service. To all those who served in Vietnam, we respect you. We thank you for your service. We love you, and welcome home. Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
I ask unanimous consent the previously scheduled recess begin immediately.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
part, Chris? I'm sorry? You're gonna do this? Okay.
I'll make sure to test it.
I know, that's what
Which one is the seat? I don't know. It's the one all the way on the left. That one? But I'm on the right. It's the one all the way on the left.
I missed a call from you.
Yeah. I wanted to discuss some stuff, but I'll call you back in the middle. At least that's what I was told.
Yeah, you should hear. You should work here.
On top of that.
No,
No, this is someone else.
Oh, you're on a cart.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were joking.
No.
Oh yeah, no. He's on a box.
I'm on a box.
Seat is a box.
just myself. Just independent. Oh, really? I'm from Illinois. Terrible state. Terrible. Well, Chicago is a problem. It is a problem. But Chicago runs the league, so therefore. New York. Yeah. Ask about Israel? No. For the last time. Too bad we don't have something like President Lincoln. He won't get elected today. It's so true. Yeah, he's the best president. Are you going to have your book back there? No, I'm just for right now. Why are you asking so many questions, Rod? Why are you? Can you just let me live? We don't want to create stress. No, you have a car? Oh, sure. Yeah, do you have a car? I do not. It's fairly recent. No, it's I don't know, I should be. It's mostly. Yeah, well, it's a Latin American especially. So, what special issues are? Immigration. Yeah, I have an interview with Tom. Oh, sounds great. Yeah. To set that up goes down where yeah. Is it signed? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not here. Oh, yeah. It's, so you do talk about sex trafficking. More than 4 years. Yeah, fucking. Oh no, dude, the administration's platforming. The a brown, all brown one, yeah. Token, yeah. Gray sprayer, yeah, I know. Coconut, yeah, I heard it all. My number is 632. I'll call back to you. So what's right. Okay. 630-407-710. You're welcome.
Talk as loud as you would.
Sorry, guys. Oh, I would say, I wouldn't say.
Especially and New York City, right? Yeah, you're good. You got a lot of mentally ill people in New York City.
I gotta go back.
I'll be right back. You want to leave your bag here? No, I got it.
Yes, during the briefing, yeah. Okay. In 15 minutes. And then what's the second episode? Okay, what is the question for the second? Okay. Okay. Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, because I don't.
I think those can stay open. They can stay open.
So sometimes. Yeah, do you want?
Yeah.
Sure. Sure. All right, sure.
Yeah, it was cool. A little bit.
Okay. Sure. Sure, sure, Okay. Sure, But you can go back and find this. I'm sure it wasn't in this, but, I don't know. But, you know. Well, there were many. Yeah, okay, thank you so much. No, that's great. Okay. Okay, great. How are you? Where are they?
That's always a great question. Yeah, I usually start with, I think just great. I've got, my mom is here.
Question? What?
jury's sitting on a couple of
debate about the door. There was a debate about the door. Something about the temperature. That's what people were saying. Many people were saying.
people familiar with the situation?
They are.
Isn't it? No, it's ours. It's just
Oh, good.
Yeah, I do. You could say that. I could.
Yeah, there's so many colors around this day.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm all for it. Why are you looking at me the wrong way? A lot. A lot. E-L-A-A-D. I think, right? That's what it's a lot. Yeah.
Means gone forever.
Means what?
Gone forever.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, July. The month.
Okay.
But it sounds nice. At least it's not like Pepe or Pablo. I switch it up. Jose, yeah.
Hey, good to see you.
Nothing wrong with that. It's just. Or Jorge Ventura. Yeah.
First time last.
I've already included it in a note before. I actually did mention
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you on this beautiful fall afternoon. We are now on day 35 of the Democrat government shutdown. The Democrats' obstructionism will break the record for the longest government shutdown in American history tonight. The Democrats are intentionally hurting American families, workers, and businesses with this shutdown to fight for free health care for illegal aliens and to appease their radical left-wing base. And it's a total disgrace. This past weekend, Americans traveling to weddings, funerals, vacations, and meetings faced significant flight disruptions at airports across the country because of staffing shortages. On Sunday alone, more than 5,000 flights traveling to and from U.S. airports were delayed. Since the Democrat shutdown began, 4 times as many staffing shortages have been reported at air traffic control facilities compared to last year. TSA checkpoint wait times ballooned past 3 hours at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport, with some passengers enduring up to 5 hours in line. At nearby William P. Hobby Airport in Texas, security wait times are routinely exceeding 1 hour. More than 13,000 air traffic controllers are continuing to work without pay. Because of the Democrats, these men and women who keep our airspace safe and moving will miss a second paycheck in a row this Friday if Democrats refuse to open the government. Let me be clear to our incredible air traffic controllers across the country. President Trump and Republicans want you to get your paychecks. They want you to be paid. Please call on your Democrat senators and tell them to side with President Trump and Republicans to vote to reopen the government. Our nation's 4 largest airlines, United, Delta, American, and Southwest, have now all endorsed the Republican, nonpartisan, clean funding bill to end the government shutdown. Major unions, collectively representing tens of thousands of pilots, have also joined the airlines in calling on Democrats to pass the clean, nonpartisan CR. The travel industry is also imploring Democrats to end the shutdown and reopen the government. Nearly 500 companies and groups in the travel business, including casinos, hotels, and convention bureaus, signed a public letter warning that America's travel economy has already lost $4 billion due to this Democrat shutdown, and they have called for the Republican CR to be passed, saying Americans expect and deserve a fully functioning federal government during the peak holiday travel season. Never before have we seen private industry and union leadership so unified on the same issue, rallying behind Republicans in such a vocal way. The Democrats have completely lost the plot. They are endangering the safety, prosperity, and livelihoods of millions of Americans. It's well past time Democrats do what they did 13 times under Joe Biden and pass the clean funding bill extension. All we need are 5 Democrat senators to put country over party and vote to end this reckless shutdown. In other news, tomorrow will mark the 1-year anniversary of President Trump's historic election victory, where he won nearly 80 million votes, the popular vote, in all 7 swing states. This was the ultimate poll on November 5th. The president secured a mandate to make America great again, and he has delivered in record time. Never before have we had a president who has kept their promises like President Trump has. I'd like to go over a few of those with you. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cut in history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security to put more money back into the pockets of the American people. The president ended the southern border invasion of the Biden administration, made our border the most secure in history, and he is carrying out the largest mass deportation campaign of illegal aliens in our nation's history to protect our homeland, just as promised. President Trump has aggressively taken on drug cartels by declaring them as foreign terrorist organizations and even blowing up narco-terrorists who have tried to poison the American people with fentanyl and other illegal narcotics. President Trump defeated the Biden inflation crisis, and he continues to implement a pro-growth, America First economic agenda to make America affordable again, and we are seeing the results of that every day. Inflation has remained low and steady, averaging just 2.5% compared to the painful average of 5% under Biden, and we know it was historically higher than that for most of President Biden's term. Meanwhile, real private sector wages are on track to rise by almost $1,500 since President Trump took office, a significant change to the Biden years where private sector wages declined and were being wiped out by inflation. President Trump has ended the reckless war on American energy and unleashed energy dominance, with gas prices now plummeting to their lowest average levels in more than 4 years. President Trump implemented powerful tariffs to rebalance America's trade deals, protect American workers, and returning our country to be a manufacturing superpower once again. As a result, the president has secured trillions and trillions of dollars in private and foreign investments into the United States, which are creating high-paying jobs for the greatest workforce in the world. The president has restored America's place as the leader of the free world through his unwavering peace through strength foreign policy that has already ended 8 wars and counting. And the president ended illegal DEI initiatives in our federal government and is returning our country to a merit-based society based on common sense. President Trump protected opportunities for women and girls to compete safely and fairly by continuing to keep men out of women's sports. Americans have a president who works tirelessly, literally 24/7, to improve their lives and make our country better than it has ever been before. So with that, today we will open it up to questions, and we will start with our independent journalist in our new media seat, Julio Rosas. Julio, please start. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. So over the weekend in Mexico, a mayor in Michoacan, Carlos Manso, he was assassinated while celebrating Dia de Muertos with his family. His assassination has sparked a lot of outrage. A lot of Mexicans are very upset. They're blaming President Claudia Sheinbaum for not taking the cartel threat seriously enough. Yesterday, she said that, once again, she's not going to allow any foreign military intervention to take on the cartels on Mexican soil, and that Mexico is not going to pursue a drug war similar to what they've done in the past. So my question is President Trump satisfied with Claudia Sheinbaum's approach to cartels? And if not, has Manso's assassination kind of opened up some new options for the United States to pursue regarding cartels?
Well, first of all, with respect to this specific news item and this alleged assassination that took place in Mexico, I know the Trump administration, we are aware of that, and of course we condemn all political violence anywhere in all forms. As for Claudia Sheinbaum and the president's relationship with her, I think he has a lot of respect for her as president of Mexico, and he also really appreciates the coordination that she has provided to the Trump administration. I can't speak for her and what she's doing internally in her country. I can speak for the president in saying we are continually pushing Mexico to do more to tackle the drug trafficking and the drug cartels within their country, and we are working with them in any way that we can. And the president has obviously used the full range of executive options in his authorities to crack down on drug trafficking at our southern border and to designate these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations and additional actions as well.
Just one more question.
Sure.
So at the Antifa roundtable that we were at just last month, myself and the other panelists made the recommendation to the president for, speaking of foreign terrorist organizations, to have Antifa not just be domestic terrorist organization, but be designated as a foreign terrorist organization since they have cells in other countries. He mentioned to Secretary Rubio, because he was in the room at the time, to look into that. So I just wanted to see if there's an update on that.
Sure. That process is most definitely taking place. I don't have any announcements for you on that today, but I can certainly assure you the administration is working on it, and I'll check in on it and get back to you, Julio. It's a good question. Thank you very much. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Zohran Mamdani blamed the president for bomb threats and intimidation at polling locations. He said, quote, part of the general approach of the Trump administration has taken to intimidate voters with baseless allegations of voter fraud as a means of trying to repress the voice of Americans across this country. I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, I saw those comments from Mamdani. I think they are completely irresponsible, and they are based on zero evidence. And I think this is just another example of how the Democrat Party unfortunately stands for nothing. All they stand against is President Donald Trump. And I think it's quite sad to see that we have someone at the top of the ticket on an election day today saying such things about the president when he obviously had absolutely nothing to do with those threats.
And on the shutdown, Democrats have been pretty quiet about the president's push for the nuclear option, terminating the filibuster. Is there any concern around here that Democrats might actually want Republicans to get rid of the filibuster so that one day when they're in power again, the door's already open for them to pack the Supreme Court, give statehood to D.C. and Puerto Rico, make mail-in balloting permanent, those kinds of things?
I think the president has been very realistic and strong in his position on the filibuster. He's been very vocal about it. I just spoke to him about it. He feels really strongly about this. Republicans need to play tough and they need to play smart. That's how the president feels. And we know that Democrats, if they are ever given a chance at power again in this city, they will absolutely take away the filibuster from the United States Senate. In fact, you had 49 Democrats who already voted to do this before. The only reason it did not move forward was because you had 2 Democrats who are no longer in office because they were run out of town by the far left radical base of their party. And so President Trump is quite clear on this. He wants to see Republicans move as many good pieces of legislation for our country forward in the next 3 years of his administration as they possibly can. And the filibuster is one means to doing that.
Talk to Johnson and Thune about it. I know that they had both voiced some opposition. Have there been any conversations with them?
He has. He's made his position to them very clear, both publicly and privately. Ouija.
Can you help clear up some confusion about SNAP benefits? Because the president just posted that they will only be given out when the radical left Democrats open the government and not before. But just yesterday, the administration said it would comply with a court order to expend the full amount of SNAP contingency funds by end of business day yesterday. So did the administration distribute that money or defy that court order?
No, the administration is fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. The recipients of these SNAP benefits need to understand it's going to take some time to receive this money because the Democrats have forced the administration into a very untenable position. We are digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future, and that's what he was referring to in his Truth Social post. So the Department of Agriculture, as for the latest SNAP payment in the judge's order, put out guidance to states today on how to get that money to the recipients of SNAP. but it's going to take some time. The best way to get the full amount of SNAP benefits to those beneficiaries is for Democrats to reopen the government. So to anyone who is a SNAP beneficiary at home who needs that assistance, and the president was just saying, this is for people who are truly needy, who need food, who need this assistance from the United States government. Democrats are holding it up and making it difficult for the administration to get those payments out the door. So if you are at home and you want your SNAP benefits, call the Democrats and tell them to reopen the government.
Blocking that contingency fund for the future if this shutdown lingers on?
Look, the president does not want to have to continue to dip into a contingency fund that doesn't even have enough money, by the way, to fund the full program. It takes $9 billion to get the full scale of the benefits out the door. This contingency fund only has about $5 billion in it. So again, Democrats need to reopen the government so we can get these benefits out the door for people who truly need them. Kate.
Thanks.
The president suggested that if Donnie wins, that he would cut federal funding to New York. How much funding would be impacted? What would be impacted there?
Well, look, we won't get ahead of the election results, nor will I speak to what the president may do in the future. We'll see how tonight goes, and then I'll let him speak on it further.
And why did the administration exclude Democratic lawmakers last week? There was a briefing about U.S. strikes on alleged drug trafficking boats. Why were those Democrats excluded?
The administration has briefed Congress on these matters 8 separate times, and Democrats have been included in those briefings. In fact, I know that Secretary Rubio will be on Capitol Hill tomorrow to brief the Gang of 12, which includes Democrats as well. So the president's made it very clear, if senators want to understand the administration's operations against narco drug traffickers, we are very happy to speak with them about that, and we will continue to do so. But we've been incredibly transparent. As I said, there's been 8 briefings on this topic, with the 9th coming tomorrow. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. There's been some reporting out there about the possibility of furloughed workers not getting back pay. We know that the president signed that bill into law in his first term. Does the administration guarantee that all furloughed workers will get back pay?
This is something we are very much open to discussing with Democrats as part of the discussions about the continuing resolution to keep the government open, and it's something that Republicans are talking with Democrats about right now. I won't get ahead of those negotiations or discussions.
That's a possibility that may not happen, even though it's law.
I just said Republicans in the White House are very much open to discussing this with Democrats.
And just one last question. As this government shutdown now drags on, about to make history as the longest government shutdown in American history, can you talk about what the president is personally doing to try to see an end to this?
He's pushing Republicans to keep voting and to keep opening up the Senate floor to vote for the clean continuing resolution. He had the Senate Majority Leader and the House Caucus Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, here at the White House to talk about this in the very early stages, to give them a chance to come to their senses and avoid this entire government shutdown at the very beginning. And they chose not to. And I think it's been very clear to everyone in this room and to everyone across the country that the Democrats are playing partisan politics with our United States federal government. And all Republicans have wanted to do for the last 35 days is reopen the government. That has been the president's position since day one. It is his position today on day 35. And all we need are 5 common sense Democrats with have a little bit of courage and come to the table and vote with Republicans. I saw Senator John Fetterman on television last night saying that he hopes more folks in his party will step up. And we certainly agree with him on that point. Sure.
Caroline, the president posted on True Social that the voting underway in California is, quote, rigged. What evidence does he have of that, and what does it mean that mail-in ballots in that state are under legal and criminal review? By whom and why? And also, in this vein, does the White House still plan to issue an executive order banning mail-in voting, and what legal authority do you have to do that?
The White House is working on an executive order to strengthen our elections in this country and to ensure that there cannot be blatant fraud, as we've seen in California with their universal mail-in voting system. It's absolutely true that there's fraud in California's elections. It's just a fact. It is just a fact. They have a universal mail-in voting system, which we know is ripe for fraud. And if you want to deny that, I'm happy to provide you all of the evidence for it. I'd be glad to send that to you after this briefing.
Rigged.
Fraudulent ballots that are being mailed in the names of other people, in the names of illegal aliens who shouldn't be voting in American elections. There's countless examples, and we'd be happy to provide them. As for executive action the White House is taking, yes, we are looking into that. And like any executive order, of course, any executive order the president signs is within his full executive authority and within the confines of the law. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got two questions I'd like to ask you about New York, but first I'd like to ask you about breaking news from the Attorney General. She revealed just about an hour ago that the Biden Justice Department seized President Trump's official first-term phone and subpoenaed his private phone records. Do you have a reaction to that? And also, do we know if they actually got those private call records?
I saw the Attorney General's post on that. For additional questions, I would refer you to the Department of Justice, but I think this is just further evidence of the egregious overreach and weaponization of government that took place under the previous White House against then former President and now President Donald J. Trump. It was a clear effort by the Biden White House and the Biden DOJ to go after the president, and this is just further evidence of that.
On New York, we've seen the president's messages that he's put out, but could you describe how he's feeling as a New Yorker watching this election?
Well, the president is a New Yorker and he loves New York. It is his home. He talks about that all of the time, and he's made his thoughts on this election quite clear, I think, himself. In the back, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports.
I was going to you in the green, but go ahead and then you can have your question.
Thank you. Over the weekend, there were reports that President Trump was due to host President of Syria, Ahmad al-Sharia, on Monday. Do you have any preview for that meeting? Is he expected to invite him to join the U.S.-led anti-ISIS coalition?
I can confirm that that meeting will be taking place here at the White House on Monday, and this is part of the president's efforts in diplomacy to meet with anyone around the world in the pursuit of peace. And as you know, when the president was in the Middle East, he made the historic decision to lift sanctions on Syria to give them a real chance at peace. And I think the administration, we've seen good progress on that front under their new leadership. And so he will be here at the White House on Monday, and I'll let the president speak further on it on Monday. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I was just curious, you had mentioned there that President Trump, as we know, has been speaking with Republican leaders in Congress about reopening the government. Is he involved in any other negotiations, and is he prepared to sign something if a deal does come out by the end of this week? On top of that, with SNAP benefits, does he have any authorities or considering any authority there to release more funds to help people who are desperately needing these benefits?
So look, I think I've already answered the question on SNAP. We're complying with the court's order, and we're getting that partial payment out the door as much as we can and as quickly as we can, but it's going to take some time because, again, this is a prorated payment that we're tapping into a contingency fund for. The best way to get those payments out the door is for Democrats to reopen the government. But yes, the president is in constant communication with his friends on Capitol Hill. They know, they call, he answers, he picks up the phone. He's a very transparent president in that way. And as soon as the Democrats pass the clean continuing resolution, President Trump will be here to sign it. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump has threatened to go into Nigeria guns a-blazing if Nigeria's government does not stop the killing of Christians in that country. Has the White House heard back from Nigeria's government on this threat?
As the president stated, Michael, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the United States will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may take action to wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities, especially against innocent women and children. I don't have any further announcements on that for you today, but I can assure you the President of the United States is watching this situation unfold very closely, as is our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Question, Caroline. President Trump has endorsed Andrew Cuomo in New York City's mayoral race. He has not by name endorsed Winsome Sears in Virginia's gubernatorial race. Why is that?
Look, as you know from this podium, I'm quite limited in what I can say with regards to ongoing political elections. I think the president has spoken for himself and what he wants to see take place in these elections today. Lalit.
Thank you. I would like to ask you about India-US relationship. What is President's thoughts on the future of India-US relationship?
I'm sorry, Lalit, can you repeat that?
What is President's thoughts on future of India-US relationship?
I think he feels very positive and strongly about it. As you know, he recently, a few weeks back, spoke to Prime Minister directly when he celebrated in the Oval Office Diwali with many high-ranking Indian American officials here at the White House. We have a great U.S. ambassador to India in Mr. Sergio Gore, who will represent our country very well. And the president and his trade team continue to be in very serious discussions with India with respect to that topic. So I know the president has great respect for Prime Minister Modi, and they speak pretty frequently. Thank you.
Hi, yes. The air traffic controller crisis ongoing. Secretary Duffy said he will now start to cancel and ground flights next week to maintain safety. Should people fly next week given this new information? And is the administration encouraging people to stop flying altogether and look at alternative transportation modes?
The administration is encouraging Democrats to reopen the federal government. Chaos and disruption to our air traffic control system in the United States of America stops. It is ridiculous that we have even gotten to this place and that the Democrats have continued to shut down the government with 35 days, our air traffic controllers continuing to work unpaid, every single major airline in our country coming out and begging the Democrats to please reopen the government. And you had a Democrat staffer who was quoted, I believe in Politico a few weeks back, saying, short of planes falling out of the sky, we are not going to reopen the government. That is a reckless and dangerous statement from someone who didn't want to put their name on that statement, but we know it came from the Democrat Party. And I think we're very clear. We want to reopen the government so we can resume travel in the safest and most efficient way possible, especially as we head into the busiest travel season of the month. We have Thanksgiving in a few weeks. And so Americans across the country need to make it very clear to their Democrat representatives that we want this government to be reopened so we can resume safe and efficient travel. Fran.
Caroline, as of last I checked, the president still had not commented on the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Is the White House involved in the funeral arrangements in any way? Does the president plan to speak at the funeral? Has he spoken to anyone in the Cheney family today? And does the White House have an opinion on whether or not the former vice president should lie in honor or stay in the Capitol?
I don't believe the White House is involved in that planning, or at least hasn't gotten to it yet. I know the president is aware of the former vice president's passing, and as you saw, flags have been lowered to half staff in accordance with statutory law. Jasmine.
Thank you. Back on the question of the filibuster, how much political capital is President Trump willing to expend to get Republicans to do what he's asking? I mean, will we see him at the Hill? Will he be calling folks over here? What exactly is President Trump planning to do outside of these true socials and maybe some of these private conversations to get Republicans to fall in line?
Look, I think you'll see. I think you'll see the president continue to engage very strongly and consistently with his friends on Capitol Hill. I don't have any meetings to read out for you at this time, but I think you should stay tuned and keep your eyes on Truth Social on this matter. The president's making his position on it quite clear. And again, he is right. Republicans need to play tough. We know that this is what the Democrats will do if they are ever given the keys to power again. And he wants to pass as many good pieces of legislation as we possibly can for our country and for our people. That includes election integrity reforms. It includes additional tax policy. It includes, fixing our immigration system further in ways that only Congress can. And the president fears with a Democrat Party that is so radical and opposes everything he does and everything he says, this is the only option for Republicans to move forward. Karen.
Question. President Trump said to CBS in the 60 Minutes interview that he did not know the Binance founder, which he pardoned. What exactly did he mean for that? I know it caused.
He means he does not know him personally. He means he does not have a personal relationship with this individual. And when it comes to pardons, the White House takes them with the utmost seriousness, and the president understands the responsibility that he has as president to issue clemency and issue pardons to individuals who are seeking that. That's why we have a very thorough review process here that moves with the Department of Justice and the White House counsel's office. There's a whole team of qualified lawyers who look at every single pardon request that ultimately make their way up to the President of the United States. He's the ultimate final decision maker. And he was very clear when he came into office that he was most interested in looking at pardoning individuals who were abused and used by the Biden Department of Justice and were over-prosecuted by a weaponized DOJ. And the individual you're referring to, that was certainly the case. Even the judge in his case said that the sentencing that the Biden administration was asking for was egregious and went too far. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon. Karen, yes.
Back on the issue of back pay for furloughed workers, you said that the White House is open to discussing that with Democrats, but what would that discussion even be? There was a law, the president signed it in 2019. what could a discussion look like? Why is that even open for discussion?
Look, Karen, as I said, Republicans are talking about that with Democrats right now, and I don't want to get in the middle of those sensitive conversations. But as we've complied with the SNAP order, the White House, the administration is always going to comply with the laws. We're always going to comply with the ruling of judges across the country. But the Republicans are discussing this matter with Democrats right now.
Why would there even be a consideration of not paying those workers?
Tom Dempsey with News Nation. Big day in the Supreme Court tomorrow with President Trump's tariff policy facing a legal challenge. What's at stake with that case? And if the Supreme Court rules against the Trump administration, what is Plan B for trade policy?
I'll tell you, the White House is always preparing for Plan B. It would be imprudent of the president's advisors not to prepare for such a situation. With that said, we are 100% confident in the president and his team's legal argument in the merits of the law in this case, and we remain optimistic that the Supreme Court is going to do the right thing. The importance of this case cannot be overstated. The president must have the emergency authority to utilize tariffs. Look at what President Trump has been able to do with the leverage and the power of tariffs. He's been able to sign peace deals all over the world and end global conflicts and literally save lives. He's been able to bring in trillions of dollars of investments into our country. In fact, this year alone, we are going to cut the deficit by $600 billion, namely because of the president's effective use of tariffs. And the president strongly believes that economic security is a matter of national security, and tariffs have a lot to do with that. And this case is not just about President Trump. It's about the use of this emergency authorization for tariffs for future presidents and administrations to come, and we're confident and hopeful that the Supreme Court will do the right thing. Kristen.
Why did President Trump get an MRI during his recent visit to Wall Street?
Look, as President Trump said, he would inquire with the physicians. I'll check back on that. But as the physical itself stated, Kristen, and as you all know, because you were all witness to it, every single day the president is in optimal physical health. This was a follow-up appointment, and we provided a detailed readout of that physical. I'm happy to give it to you again, and I can inquire further.
With all due respect, an MRI is a very specific procedure. It's done on a part of the body looking for something specific, so it's not generally part of any kind of routine checkup. And in addition, President Trump has said that he wants to be transparent. He told us to ask the doctors, which we have and have not heard back. Why don't we have more information on this?
As I said, I'll check back for you. Go ahead.
Karen, can you update us on the mediation efforts this administration is leading in Sudan, trying to achieve a ceasefire there?
Sure, yes. The United States is actively engaged in efforts to bring about a peaceful resolution to the terrible conflict in Sudan. We remain committed to working with our international partners, including Quad members, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, as well as others, to lead a negotiated peace process that addresses both the immediate humanitarian crisis and the longer-term political challenges. I actually spoke with Secretary Rubio about this morning, as of course there's been, kind of an uptick in recent reporting on the matter, and he assured me that the administration is very much engaged. We're in pretty frequent communication with those Arab partners that I just mentioned, and we want to see this conflict come to a peaceful end, just as we have with so many others, but the reality is it's a very complicated situation on the ground right now. Yes.
Hi, yes. Just trying to go back into the subject of Mexico. Is the Trump administration planning to send U.S. troops to Mexico to combat drug cartels, as reported by other outlets?
That's not something I would confirm from this podium if it were happening, so I will not comment on that. Eamon.
Thank you, Caroline. Why did the president decide not to go to the Supreme Court tomorrow? He had indicated earlier that he might want to go and attend in person.
Yeah.
Now he's saying he's not going to go. Why?
The president did have an interest in attending the Supreme Court hearing tomorrow, as I just expressed how important it is to him, the administration, and the country, this case. But he is traveling to Miami tomorrow, as you all know, to give an economic address with the mayor of Miami and many global business leaders to talk about his historic success with the economy over the past 10 months and talk about sort of where we are headed as a country in terms of our economy. So he'll be traveling tomorrow on the road in Miami. That's why he won't be here, but Secretary Scott Bessent will be in attendance at the hearing tomorrow at the request of the president.
He has said that he doesn't want to export the high-end NVIDIA chips to China, but the Wall Street Journal reported yesterday that there was some question about whether the president would raise this as a possible concession with the Chinese side during his meeting with Xi Jinping. So does the White House consider NVIDIA chip exports to China to be a closed issue right now, or is this an ongoing negotiation between the United States, China, and NVIDIA at this point?
The president has made his position on this very clear, both to the Chinese and also to all of you. He's answered this question directly. As for the most advanced chips, the Blackwell chip, that's not something we're interested in selling to China at this time. Annie?
Does the president think that the results of the Virginia or New Jersey gubernatorial races tomorrow or statewide races tomorrow will in any way reflect a voter sentiment towards his administration?
Look, Annie, I'm not at liberty to talk about the election results, and I certainly won't get ahead of them. I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals that may or may not happen tonight. We'll have to watch and see. And I'm sure you'll hear directly from the president tomorrow on that point.
On SNAP, just really quickly, is there anything that prompted the president's tweet this morning? Because it did seem quite different from some of his other communications about SNAP. It seemed a little bit out of left field. I'm just wondering if he had a conversation or if there's anything you're aware of that caused him to decide to, at around 11 o'clock, to send out that message.
Look, the president is constantly well read on the news, as you know, and he is very much aware we are in day 35 of a government shutdown in which these SNAP benefits, we're pushing them out the door. USDA put out that guidance to the states this morning. The president was aware of that, and he wants to make it very clear that these benefits are in jeopardy because of the Democrats, and they should just open the government so that we can continue getting these funds out the door in an easier and more efficient way.
There's some new reporting that just dropped a few minutes ago that the Trump administration is negotiating with the makers of Ozempic to sell some weight loss drugs for $149 a month. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. Do you have any more information on that? Can you confirm that?
I think the president has said himself in previous Most Favored Nations announcements that this is something that the administration has been engaged in and looking into. I won't get ahead of the president on any future announcements, but I will echo his strong commitment to bringing down drug prices in this country. And you've heard it directly from Secretary Kennedy and Dr. Marty McCary and his entire Health and Human Services team, how committed the president is to bringing down the cost of drugs, and we're working with pharmaceutical companies to do that every day.
Very quickly, Caroline, on SNAP. I know it's been asked, and I know Leach asked it, but I want to put a fine point on it. You talked about the president's post here, and he wrote that SNAP benefits will only be given to radical left Democrats open up the government. I understand your previous answers, but as written, how would that not violate a court order as it's written?
I've now answered this question several times, Gabe. We are complying with the court's order. We are getting the payments out the door as quickly as we can. USDA sent the guidance to the state. The president is referring to future SNAP payments. He does not want to have to keep tapping in to an emergency fund and depleting it. In the case of a catastrophe in this country, he wants to have those funds preserved, as they should be. And he's made it very clear Democrats should reopen the government. I have one final positive note for all of you. I told you I would keep you posted when the White House would resume public tours. Well, I'm pleased to announce the Office of the First Lady has reopened the doors for public tours on Tuesday, December 2nd. There will be an updated route, of course, for guests in light of the ballroom construction that's taking place, but we very much look forward to celebrating the holiday season. And the public and members of Congress and anyone who wants to come visit the First Lady's beautiful decorations is welcome to go to whitehouse.gov/visit to sign up for a tour. Thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.